Training Center in Monrovia as the Armed Forces of Liberia celebrates the 69th anniversary, coming from those different moments as the Liberia Frontier Force in 1908. Today we have a force for good, the 69th anniversary. So my colleague Monique going to run us through the different constitutional provision, the theme for this year's event. Good morning, welcome.
Good morning so much, Sarah Ishmael. So let's just get straight into the constitutional basis of this event. So the 1986 Constitution of Liberia mandates national defense. Article 34, Section B empowers the legislature to provide for the defense and the security of the Republic. So this is not just ceremonial, it is also backed by constitutional rights. So we are here to see the Constitution being displayed as according to Article 34, Section B. So let's just get into the theme of the event. So this year, the theme of the 69 Armed Forces Day celebration is securing Liberia together, strengthening inter-agency cooperation against drugs trafficking and emerging security threats. This is a very important theme this year, looking at how we have been tackling the issue of drug abuse and drug substance as a nation, and I'm really happy that we are able to have this issue on the national table as they say. So I will turn over to my team to give us more highlight into this.
Thank you, Monique. So the team securing Liberia together, strengthening interagency cooperation against drug trafficking and emerging security threats. Talking about an interagency cooperation that has to do with the different national security operatives in the country that should come together to enhance the fight against drug trafficking and security threats in Liberia. What do you make of this theme?
This year's
it is really a good one, national security. It's for the armed forces, but it doesn't just sit with the armed forces.
Interagency
It is
cooperation
an individual to individual basis. So this team,
security threats.
this team throws more highlight on how we as individuals and in partners with the different sectors of the armed forces and the army can come together to secure not just safety but peace.
For this
definitely. And so when the 14th, that should be
every year, February 11.
How profile guests have already started arriving. So let's give you a rundown of the different protocols as it relates to when the different guests are expected to form this part of this program. Arrival of the media that has already been done. That's at 6:30 to 7:40 to be received by the protocol. We have arrival of guests and the public 7:40. And it runs up to 7:45. You have arrival of the Deputy Chief of Staff of the AFL. It starts at 7:45 and it runs up to 7:50. Arrival of paramilitary heads 7:50 and it runs up to 7:55. You have the arrival of the Chief of Staff of the Armed Forces of Liberia 7:55 and it runs up to 8 a.m. Arrival of the Doyen and members of the diplomatic corps 8 o'clock to 8:05. Arrival of the Honorable Minister of National Defense, that's retired Brigadier General Geraldine Junior George Johnson. She will arrive at 8:05 and that runs up to 8:10. Arrival of Dean and members of the cabinet That should be the Minister
by
of
the
Foreign
Armed
Affairs,
Forces
Her Excellency
of
Sarah
Liberia,
Besto-Yanti, and members of the
the
cabinet.
Liberial
Will
National
arrive
Police,
8:10, and it runs
the
to
Liberial
8:12.
Immigration
You have the
Service,
honorable members of the House of
the
Representatives,
Liberial
who play a
Revenue
very,
Authority,
important part in our
Customs
democracy.
Department,
They will be here.
the Liberial National
8:12, and that runs
Fire
up to 8:14.
Service,
Arrival of
the
the President
Liberial
pro
Drugs
tempore
Enforcement
and members of the
Agency,
Senate, 8:14 up to
the Monrovia
8:17.
City Police, the Bureau of Corrections, the Liberial Seaport Police, the Forestry Development Authority Park Rangers, the Pittsville City Police, the Environmental Protection Agency, and the Liberial Scout Association. The music for today's Armed Forces Day Parade is being provided by the Armed Forces of Liberia Band under the command of 2nd Lieutenant Philip K. Kappe and directed by Sergeant Major Matthew Killen. The drum majorettes are Private Esther K. Boyo and Private Pamilia T. Bokwa. The commander of troops will now form up his troops for today's Armed Forces Day Parade. The commander of troops for today's parade is Lieutenant Colonel Stephen Timothy Powell, Commander, 1st Infantry Battalion, 23rd Infantry Brigade. Lieutenant Colonel Powell has completed all military courses that commensurate with his rank. He holds a Master of Science degree in Defense and International Politics from the Ghana Institute of Management and Public Administration. The commander of troops will now order his staff to fall in. Ladies and gentlemen, the commander of troops staff are now marching to form part of the parade.
Of the Armed Forces of Liberia, or Force for
The
Good.
adjutant for today's parade is Captain Aloysius Quay.
Captain Aloysius Quay is the adjutant for today's parade. Now they perform the different military drills as the
Ladies and gentlemen,
AFL
the
marching
commander
band
of
and
troops
drummer,
has ordered the adjutant
the adjutant
to form up the parade
has been ordered to perform
and sound the adjutant's
performance
call.
of the parade, where he will later perform the adjutant call. In a very,
The adjutant's
very
call
wonderful mood.
signifies that the adjutant is about to form the parade.
So the adjutant forms the parade, and there you have the band. Taking the different instructions. You know, as these different institutions, specifically their different security forces, they take the different instructions.
Ladies and gentlemen, the adjutant is forming up the parade by ensuring that all troops are properly aligned. The adjutant has sounded the adjutant's call.
Oh, okay. So right now the
And the
adjutant
parade
has sounded the
is about to
adjutant
move
call,
forward
and the parade is about
and be
to move
properly
forward
formed.
and be properly formed by the different sectors of security of our country.
The adjutant is now returning to his post
The adjutant is now returning to his post, and the parade is
to
about to
resume
begin.
his duty. At this time, every unit is marching forward to the line of battle.
So at this moment, we can see that every unit is marching forward to align with the pattern as the parade begins.
So we see the arrival of Madam Mandela Cooper, the president political
Ladies and gentlemen,
Ambassador
may I
Mandela
recognize the
Cooper
presence
has arrived.
of Honorable Brandon Samukai, former Minister, Ministry of National Defense.
And so Liberia's former Minister of National Defense,
To be a soldier
Samukai,
is to represent
has
the best
arrived,
of our
as we
nation.
earlier announced
It
to you all.
is
So President Boakai and Commander-in-Chief lead ceremonies marking Liberia's commemoration of the 69th anniversary of the Armed Forces of Liberia, a force for good.
Ladies and gentlemen, to be a soldier is to represent the best of our nation. It is to embody selfless service, to strive in the hardship and sacrifice of an elite warrior class, to maneuver toward the sound of guns, and to ably shoulder heritage created by those who have gone before us. The adjutant is ensuring that the troops are properly aligned
The adjutant is
to
ensuring
march on the
that the
colors.
troops are properly positioned as they begin this parade. The different troops are here in their different strategic positions. They carry the different flags with the mixture of the uniforms to take instruction from the architect. And I like the part, when you see, females are also here leading some of the troops. This speaks to inclusivity in our, national security architect. These different females, they are forming part of the different troops. Most especially, they're leading these troops. It's important,
Yeah, it's a really beautiful thing to see women in security, not just in security, but leading the march this morning. I am very motivated to see that women are not limited, by gender. They are taking up space. They're redefining.
Ladies and gentlemen, the adjutant has ordered the marching of the colors. Please stand for the marching of the colors.
So we take the marching of the call. The marching of the call, as announced by the master of ceremony.
Members of the color party include Sergeant Abu Sharif. He carries a rifle. Staff Sergeant Besa Mayonga. He carries the Liberian flag. Staff Sergeant Arthur Jala. He carries the Armed Forces of Liberia flag. Sergeant Mercy Tia. She carries the Liberian National Police flag. Officer Ophelial Nimne carries the Liberian Immigration Service flag. And Staff Sergeant Augustine Flomo carries a rifle. The two rifles at both extremes are in protection of the colors. The color party will halt in front of the adjutant, and the adjutant will present the colors to the commander of troops.
The adjutant presents the color to the commander of troops.
Ladies and gentlemen,
and there you have SAT.
For more than a century, the Lone Star represents the banner under which Liberians lived, fought, and died. The flag is more than a symbol. The flag is the embodiment of our government, people, ideals, and values. To uphold the flag, members of the Armed Forces of Liberia cling to the Army core values. Ladies and gentlemen, the commander of troops has instructed that the colors be posted. Please remain standing until the colors are posted. Once again, for more than a century, the Lone Star represents the banner under which Liberians lived, fought, and died. The flag is more than a symbol. It is the embodiment. Ladies and gentlemen, please be seated. The colors I posted.
The colors are posted, and the audience, the different invitees and people who've come to attend this event have been requested to sit as the quarters have been posted. Celebration of the 69th anniversary of the Armed Forces of Liberia. And the different troops saw the arrival of the Deputy Director for Administration at the Liberia National Fire Service.
The adjutant
Emmanuel
has ordered
Farre is the Deputy Director
the band to sound off.
Administration at the Liberia National Fire Service. And there you have the marching band. And a lady leads that troop as well.
See what I was telling you. Look at how amazing that is. Look at how significant this wholesome feeling is given. You know, and I really like seeing this. We have women in politics. We have women in security. We have women in education. It just gives you the sense that a society that doesn't see gender limitation.
Ladies and gentlemen, sound off is a ceremonial military tradition that has been handed down for decades. On the command sound off, it is customary for the AFL band to march across the front of the troops, then countermarch back in the front of the troops and halt in its original position. This tradition is said to have originated in the Crusades, when troops offering themselves for holy sacrifice were drawn up into a long formation and the band countermarched before those chosen to serve. This drill is intended to raise the morale and build the confidence of soldiers who are about to be deployed in battle or operation. Ladies and gentlemen, if you are observing the band, members of the band are now about to conduct what we call counter march.
With our gallant men and women in arms, 69th anniversary of the Armed Forces of Liberia. A force for good have come for a very long way. 69 years is not a joke. 69 years of quality service, sacrificial service, you know what it means to leave a family, to go and serve on peacekeeping mission, and an area that return is not a show, because you might be trapped on the battlefield. So it takes courage, and like no one to tell you, the military, the army is not a profession; it's a way of life that they've dedicated the rest of their life to serve their country. You know what it means to say, yes, I put my life on the line for my country. I will protect the territorial integrity of my country. That is not something easy. It requires a whole lot of compassion.
Ladies and gentlemen, directing the Armed Forces of Liberia Band in this demonstration is Prophet Pemilio Boakai. Ladies and gentlemen, after performing in front of troops that are chosen for battle or operations, the Armed Forces of Liberia Band is now marching back to resume its original position. Ladies and gentlemen, this demonstration by the Armed Forces of Liberia Band also indicates that the parade is formed. Ladies and gentlemen, the adjutant will now inform the commander of troops that the parade is formed. The adjutant has informed the commander of troops that the parade is formed. The commander of troops has ordered the adjutant to receive the report. Ladies and gentlemen, in the military, The command received the report is synonymous to acquiring the status of your troops. Accountability in the military is one of the fundamental necessities for everything we do. Accountability is a necessary action that takes place before and after every military operation, because every commander must know the number of troops he has to commit in battle or operations. The adjutant has now boxed the staff and turned the parade over to the commander of troops. This signifies that the adjutant authority in the parade has ceased, and all orders will now come from the commander of troops. Ladies and gentlemen, the commander of troops has taken charge of the parade. And this concludes the first phase of the parade. The second and final phase will commence immediately His Excellency, Mr. President, arrives. Thank you for your apt attention. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm pleased to announce the arrival of the Chief of Staff, Armed Forces of Liberia, Major General Davison Faya Fole. The Chief of Staff is accompanied by the Forces Sergeant Major of the Armed Forces of Liberia, Forces Sergeant Major William Dabolo. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to recognize the presence of Major General Paul Rogers and delegation. Major General Paul Rogers is the Adjutant General of the United States Michigan Guard. The United States Michigan National Guard is a key partner to the armed forces of Liberia. There is no way you can talk about the discipline and professionalism of the armed forces of Liberia without mentioning the contributions of the United States Michigan National Guard. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm pleased to announce the arrival of Honorable Richard Nangbe Kuhn, Speaker of the House of Representatives. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm pleased to announce the arrival of the Director of the National Security Agency, Honorable Prince Charles Johnson III. I'm also pleased to announce the arrival of the military advisor to the President, Major General Daniel D. Ziakan, retired. It is important to note that the NSA Director is a former Chief of Staff of the Armed Forces of Liberia. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm pleased to announce the arrival of the Senate Pro Tem, Honorable Yombli Kanga Lawrence. Ladies and gentlemen, the commander of troops for today's Armed Forces Day parade is Lieutenant Colonel Stephen Timothy Poe, 1st Infantry Battalion Commander. Other members of his staff include the Adjutant, Captain Eloshus T. Quay, Captain Dorito George, Lieutenant Junior Grade Fred Moe, 2nd Lieutenant David P. Bomili, 2nd Lieutenant Nano S. Welle, the Sergeant Major of the parade is Command Sergeant Major Amos Colley. The paramilitary staff is commanded by Chief Inspector of Police, Princess D. Bavo. Other members of the staff include Chief Inspector Thomas Kessley, Chief Examiner Henry K. Vanni, Major M. Hoff, Special Agent Jenen D. Blamo, and Captain Orita M. Peewee.
Talks about young people involvement into the governance part of the country. Because the thing is, when you have these different young people given the opportunity, they might bring a kind of an innovation to how they see the governance process. Yes. Now you have the emergence of artificial intelligence, the digital era, so these young people understand.
The paramilitary color party
artificial intelligence,
include Patrolman Paul Baker, Officer Prince C. Bailey, Agent Nathaniel K. Sumo, and the First Sergeant Ace Officer Julius O. Matadi. For this parade, the Liberia National Police is commanded by Superintendent Danieline S. Pade. The flag bearer is Patrolman Rebecca Kofa, and the First Sergeant is Patrolman Liliana T. Weir.
Waso Bafo is the head of the Liberia National Fire Service.
The Liberia Immigration Service is commanded by Chief Inspector Patrick W. Doe. The flag bearer is Inspector Abigail Dobo. And the First Sergeant is Inspector Kelvin L. Towe.
And today,
the Liberia Revenue Authority, Customs Department is commanded by Officer Sam S. Cooper. The flag bearer is Officer Aaron J. Johnson. And the First Sergeant is Officer Charles J. Zuba. The Liberia National Fire Service is commanded by Major Emmanuel Parker. The flag bearer
whose mission was originally to patrol
is Captain
the borders
Jerry
hinterland
Diege,
against British and French
and the first sergeant
territorial expansion.
is
They also
Captain
want to talk about,
Mimi J. Wisse.
the likes of Sierra Leone. We want to talk about Guinea and Ivory Coast. So
The Liberia Drugs Enforcement Agency
and French
is commanded by Agent George
they were trying
S. Tier.
the Liberians and,
The flag bearer is Agent Diamond Lane Harris,
to counter that, in showing that.
and the first sergeant is Agent Vanny
of Grand Kidmouth
K.
County,
Thomas.
also dressed in an army green as well. This is volume. You see the uniformity of Senator Dabla Vapla of Grand Kidmouth County. And so to ensure to curtail the French and British territorial expansion, that was how we had the Liberia Frontier Force in 1908 under the administration of former President Actor Barclay. And by that time, it consists of 500 men. Very small number. You want to talk about that. And there you have Information Minister Jeremy Matthew Pia is also dressed in an army green as well.
The GSA maintenance team, please be informed that the speaker at the left extreme, the right extreme rather, is not on. We just got information that the speaker at the right extreme is not on. Thank you.
And he performs a different handshake with the different guests here as he makes his way to a seat reserved for him. Minister of Information, Geraldine Matthew Pia. So the Liberia Frontier Force began the Liberia National Guard in 1965. The concept of the formation of the Liberia National Guard was to transition from tax collection to the provision of national security for the citizens and residents of Liberia. That's the Minister of Defense, retired.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm pleased to recognize the presence of the Honorable Minister of Information.
Retired Major General Geraldine Gina George Johnson is the Minister of National Defense. As a matter of fact, she's Liberia's first female Minister of National Defense. That speaks of inclusivity, in showing that women are given top.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm pleased to announce the arrival of the Honorable Minister of National Defense, Brigadier General Geraldine George, retired.
Minister of National Defense, Brigadier General, retired, Geraldine Gina George is the Minister of National Defense, and she stands as Liberia's first Minister of National Defense and their female Minister of National Defense. And there you have the Director General of the Liberia Broadcasting System, Eugene Lamin Fagon. It's also coming to form part of the celebration. And the Chief of Staff will escort the Minister of National Defense, and there he'll show his hand, and the two of them stand, and he salutes and draws closer to the minister for a picture section or a photo section. And there you have the Minister of Justice and Attorney General of the Republic of Liberia, Councillor Natus Oswald Tue is the Minister of Justice and Attorney General of the Republic of Liberia, Councillor N. Oswald Tue, Minister of Justice and Attorney General of the Republic of Liberia. And the the stand is getting charged because the high-profile officials of government have started arriving. The Justice Minister, the Minister of Education, the Minister of National Defense.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm pleased to announce the arrival of the Honorable Minister of Justice, Republic of Liberia.
The different ministers have all started arriving at this event. So the Liberia Frontier Force began the Liberian National Guard in 1965, which had a concept for the formation of the Liberian National Guard was to transition from tax collection to the provision of national security for citizens and residents of Liberia. The Liberian military grew firm by its participation in United Nations backed peacekeeping mission in the United Nations backed peacekeeping mission in the Republic of Congo. The Liberian government contributed 5 contingents, which were attached to the Nigerian brigade. The first contingent was under the command of the Colonel Heron Cowboy Johnson.
The Monrovia City Police
contingent
is commanded by Lieutenant
1961
Diana K. Pay
of Colonel James Dean. The 5th contingent landed in Congo on October 2, 1962, and remained until the final pull-out of the Liberian peacekeepers in March 16, 1963. You want to continue this?
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Sir Ishmael. The Liberian National Guard.
The flag bearer is Sergeant Patience Doma,
David, the air,
and the first sergeant is Sergeant Gladys M. Wiese.
of the armed forces of Liberia has historically been to defend and guard the country.
The Bureau of Corrections
national security
is commanded
the population
by Sergeant Mombo J. Ray. The flag bearer is Inspector Minnie W. Toe. The first sergeant is Inspector Vasco K. Momo. The Liberian Seaport Police is commanded by Patrolman Eastman Crowd II. The flag bearer is Patrolman William
enchanted valor. During those days, the regular army, then called the Liberia Frontier Force, used to combine with units of the National Military to have joint parade.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm pleased to announce the arrival I'm pleased to announce the arrival of Lieutenant General Waidi Shaibu, Chief of Army Staff, Nigerian Army.
Waidi Shaibu is the Lieutenant General, is the head of Lieutenant General Wadi Shaibu is the Chief of Army Staff of Nigeria Armed Forces. Vice Lieutenant General Wadi Shaibu.
Ladies and gentlemen,
Army Staff
Lieutenant
of
General Shaibu
Armed Forces. As a matter of fact,
was once seconded to the Armed Forces of Liberia.
So you listen, he served
During
also
his service to the armed forces of Liberia,
in the armed forces, like he served the armed forces of Liberia as well.
he served with due diligence, making significant contributions.
So
Today, the history of the AFL will be incomplete if Lieutenant General Shaibu is not mentioned.
former President Ellen Johnson Sirleaf, former Liberia's President Ellen Johnson Sirleaf. As a matter of fact, she's the first democratically elected female head of state. Former President Ellen Johnson Sirleaf has arrived at this event, and she receives a rousing round of
Ladies and
applause.
gentlemen, I'm pleased to announce Her Excellency,
Ellen Johnson Sirleaf, Your Excellency.
Madam Ellen Johnson Sirleaf, former President, Republic of Liberia.
A standing ovation. Her Excellency, Madam Ellen Johnson Sirleaf, former Liberian President, former Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces of Liberia. She served this role for 12 unbroken years to become the first democratically elected female president on the continent of Africa. Her Excellency, Madam Ellen Johnson.
Please be seated, ladies and gentlemen.
So we want to drill you through so you get to understand who's exactly our keynote speaker. I want to call him a keynote speaker because he's not new to Liberia. So a keynote speaker, Lieutenant General Wadi. So we are exerting efforts to bring you a background of the keynote speaker so that you understand who exactly will deliver the 69th keynote address of the armed forces of Liberia, or Force for Good. Former President, Her Excellency Ellen Johnson Sirleaf is in attendance. And so the Liberian military grew by its participation in the United Nations back peacekeeping mission in the Republic of Congo. The Liberian National Guard became the Armed Forces of Liberia in 1970. The Liberian National Guard became the Armed Forces of Liberia in 1970. The Navy, the Air Reconnaissance Unit, and the Infantry were the three units developed. The nominal mission of the Armed Forces of Liberia has historically been to defend
The Liberia Seaport Police
the country's
is commanded by Patrolman Eastman Kura II.
external aggression.
The flag bearer is Patrolman William T. Kekula. The first sergeant is Patrolman Grace B. Jar. The Forestry Development Authority Park Rangers is commanded by Officer Joseph Saki.
And
The flag bearer
mission
is Officer Sando T. Bapa.
the country's borders, safeguard
The
and
Sergeant
protect
Major
the population
is
from external
Officer T.
aggression.
Momo Risk.
A military book intact to the history of the Liberian Armed Forces.
The Peaceville
Before February
City
25,
Police
1955,
is commanded
no armed forces of Liberia. They are such
by Sergeant Nathan T. Peniye.
which had its own quarterly parade.
The flag bearer
By law.
is
During those days,
Sergeant
the regular
Junior
army then
Colley.
called the Liberian Frontier Force, that's the LFF.
The Sergeant Major
Combined with units of
is
national
Officer
defense have joined
Ferris
on special
Boakai.
occasions such as independence,
The Environmental Protection
inauguration,
Agency
etc. However,
is
in
commanded
1954, the late
by
General Francis-
Inspector General
And there you have the United Nations
Arrow
Resident Coordinator
by Zina W. Brown.
Omutuni.
The flag bearer
Nations
is Officer
Coordinator
Romel Fambule. The first sergeant is
Madam
Assistant Director
Omutuni is the
Stephen
United Nations
S.
Resident
Gongen
Coordinator to Liberia. She's also dressed in green as well, you know.
and the Liberia Scout
Uniformity, you know,
Association
the different greens,
is commanded
display of solidarity,
by Scout
and
Master
show of support to
Abraham
the armed
Howard.
forces of Liberia.
The flag bearer
The United Nations has been
is
very critical
Alex
in the
Molba,
development of our military. They've provided
and the
technical
first
support
sergeant
for our
is
soldiers.
Christopher J.
It's important.
Blamo.
And definitely, Madam Christine Omutuni, you know, talking about women involvement, and this is on the global, you know, scene, the global stage. You want to talk about the United Nations, October 1945, and Liberia, then one of the founding members of the United Nations. You know, we have our time during the existence of the League of Nations, and it transitioned to the United Nations, then evolved into our cooperation, ensuring that the rest of the world is peaceful. There's no this thing of one country trying to impede the progress of a sovereign nation. So it's important that, you know, you have a woman leading that institution in Liberia, and it's important. So Madam Christine Omutuni, the resident coordinator of the United Nations to Liberia, is also in attendance. And so the armed forces of Liberia, like we're reading the historical content, in previous years, there was not an official program of such. So normally the army used to gather when we have national programs. You have the Independence Day, we had the different national events. That was when you would have these different gathering. But now, providing the different transitions, the army would normally come here on February 11 every year to celebrate their level of progress, their involvement in the different activities. And there you have the Minister of Finance and Development Planning, Augustine Kwe Gafuan, also dressed in army green as well. Minister Augustine Kwe Gafuan is the Minister of Finance and Development Planning. Augustine Kwe Gafuan. And in Kerry's house, the handshake with the different guests he had this occasion, and makes his way. And then we see it by the Chief of Protocol of the Republic of Liberia.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm pleased to announce the Honorable Minister of Finance, Republic of Liberia.
And now this is how February 11 was chosen. So those of you following want to know when February 11 was chosen.
As we are awaiting the parade of the different sectors of our security, we would like to give you more historical backgrounds on how and why we celebrate this very dear occasion and the sacrifices and the hard work and the dedication um, that has been that these people bring to us. When the legislatures met in section to consider Colonial Dean's recommendation for legislative enhancement, it was suggested.
So we have Minister Mamaka Ability, the Minister of State without portfolio at the Ministry of State for Presidential Affairs, Haji Mamanka Ability, the Minister of State without portfolio. Mamanka Ability is the Minister of State without portfolio at the Ministry of State for Presidential Affairs. The Minister Ability is when received by the different officials of government, and they're the chief of protocol. We take Minister Ability to her seat reserved for her, a reserved seat.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm pleased to announce the Honorable Minister of State without portfolio, Republic of Liberia.
As we welcome our dignitaries and our heads of offices, we would like to also give you a rundown on how we do what we do here. So instead of a monthly, so before the Armed Forces Day was formed, it was normally each sector of the security would gather a separate occasion to celebrate and parade.
And this should be the vice president. Yes. This vehicle be the official vehicle of the vice president. Let's see who disembarks this vehicle. And in a moment from now, that vehicle will be opened and we see who disembarks. That should be that's the vice president.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm pleased to announce the arrival of His Excellency Jeremiah Okpankun, Vice President, Republic of Liberia.
Morning, you want to draw to how we got there? Why was this chose February 11?
Why?
And so the vice president Jeremiah Okpankun has arrived.
Please be seated
At this event. Celebration of the 69th Armed Forces Day here at the Barclay Training Center, the official home of the Ministry of National Defense. This is the space that hosts the Ministry of National Defense. And
when the legislatures met in section to consider the Colonial Dean's recommendation for legislative enhancement, it was suggested that choosing any month and date to be set aside as festival would be inappropriate. Instead, a month and date with some historical event in which a member or members of the armed forces perform some marvelous deeds in the supreme interest of the nations, Liberians, and its people. By doing so, members of the incoming generation of the armed forces will continue to celebrate this day, honor appropriate military exercises in honor and remembrance of the heroic deeds of their comrades in armies. Moreover, this suggestion was embraced with popular support. However, the only event that could quickly come to minds of the lawmakers was the month and the date of Major Michael Mike Cadell incidents in 1909.
And definitely, so those of you wondering how was this day chosen, that's how the entire thing came about. So these people will understand how this should come about. That was how this exact day was chosen to be used as a celebration of the Armed Forces Day. And so different guests are all arriving to make this event a very unique and colorful one. Very unique and colorful. And you have the band, the drummers. They are doing a wonderful performance to keep the morale, like we normally say, to keep the morale, to keep all the momentum in showing that the different drills are carried out. High profile officials of government, foreign guests. So you want to draw us through who exactly our keynote speaker is, so that those following can have a clearer picture of who the Lieutenant General. So let's just run through who exactly Lieutenant General Wadu Shabu is.
Lieutenant YD Shabu, born December 18, 1971, is a Nigerian Army officer who served as the Chief of Army Staff. He was appointed to the position by ex-President Bola Ahmed Tinubu in he was appointed by the current president, Bola Ahmed Tinubu in 2025. Shaibu is an officer of the Nigerian Army and has previously served in operational and command role, including theater commander of operation in Hindi. And it was also said that he also served in the armed forces of Liberia. So like Sir Ishmael said, we don't want to call him a guest speaker. We want to call him a keynote speaker, because he is no guest to the country Liberia, and he is definitely no guest to the armed forces of Liberia. His educational background, he went to the National Defense Academy. He went to the University of Calabar. He attended the University of Ibadan. He attended the National Defense University. Shaibu is an officer of the
And yeah, you know, the Lieutenant General is not strange to Liberia. He served the Liberian people, and it's important that he's called back to come and speak. And last year's celebration, we had the president and commander in chief of Sierra Leone, His Excellency Julius Maada. And interestingly, President Julius Maada also served on peacekeeping mission in Liberia as well. So these people, they have some roots to Liberia. They've served in this country, and they're just best, So the whatever committee that are responsible to do the picking of who serve as keynote speaker.
Ladies and gentlemen, as we await the arrival of His Excellency Mr. President,
when you had these different
I'm pleased to
who have served
inform you that
on different peacekeeping missions in Liberia,
we have several foreign guests from several countries. We have the Nigerian Chief of Army Staff, Lieutenant General Shaibu, and his delegation attending this parade.
Shaibu and his
We also have
delegation from
several senior
Federal
officers
of Nigeria,
from the National Defense University, United States of America,
of the people's
up to 18 senior officers.
and his dedication.
We also have a delegation from the Republic of Sierra Leone, headed by Commando Jabate.
Hard power delegation from Sierra Leone, military delegation from Sierra Leone is also there.
Ladies and gentlemen, this speaks to the importance of building firm partnership.
Military delegations from neighboring countries, neighboring African countries, have come to grace this event to celebrate with the armed forces of Liberia.
And so the delegation from the National Defense University, United States of America,
University
is headed by
of America. It's also here. Very colorful,
and so we have two
well planned, everything happening
delegations
within due time.
from the United States of America,
All of the different activities are going
the National Defense University,
with the required
and of course,
or the required
Major General Paul Rogers is leading another delegation
that
from the United States
measures these different
Michigan National Guard.
set of protocols
Ladies and gentlemen, the United States
observed
Michigan National Guard, like I said earlier, is a key partner
Michigan
to the armed forces of Liberia.
so in attendance
A lot of our trainings
as
in the United States of America
of the day
are sponsored by the Michigan National Guard.
on these different
They also make it their duty
countries military
to travel to Liberia
form of part
to conduct trainings. every year the armed forces of Liberia benefits from several trainings in all fields of the military from the Michigan National Guard. Congratulations.
So when
To say a few words about
legislature
our Nigerian
to consider
partners also.
this recommendation,
Like I said, from the onset, when Lieutenant General Shaibu arrived,
and
I mentioned that he was seconded
February 11th,
to the armed forces of Liberia before.
when the Liberian legislature
He served us for several years.
Dean's recommendation for
And during these years,
it was suggested that
he served
month
with professionalism
as Army Festival
and due diligence.
be inappropriate. Instead, a month and
He served at the time
in which a member or members
we had as chief of staff
had performed
the late
deeds in the
Major General Siraj Alao Abdurrahman.
by doing so, members of the incoming generations of the armed forces
Ladies and gentlemen,
will continue to celebrate this day on
I respectfully
military exercise
request
in honor and
the most senior here
of the heroic
for us to do justice to the late Abdurrahman
Moreover, this suggestion was based
by observing
support
a moment of silence
that could quickly come to the mind
in memory of
of
him.
the lawmakers was the month and the date of Major McKay cardiac incidents in 1909.
Thank you. Please be seated.
Major
And then to the Republic of Sierra Leone, our old partners. We also benefit from training in the Republic of Sierra Leone. I remember in 2009, I attended an officer candidate graduation in Sierra Leone, where they trained 9 officers who are performing exceedingly well today. We say a big thank you to our Sierra Leonean partners. Ladies and gentlemen, although we do not have a delegation from the Republic of Ghana, but we have officers from the Republic of Ghana that are serving in the AFL today. They are seconded to the AFL. And the Republic of Ghana is one country also that gives us a lot of trainings. If you see the armed forces of Liberia band today performing so well, the Republic of Ghana made a great impact in their performance. We have 2 females who we call the drum majorettes. The female you see in front of the band unit directing the band. She took training from the Republic of Ghana. Several males also took training from the Republic of Ghana. As I speak to you, I also did my senior staff course in the Republic of Ghana. So you can see how our partnerships are very, very strong and valuable. Ladies and gentlemen, I have been notified that the ambassador of the People's Republic of China is here. I would like to recognize your presence, sir. I would also like to recognize the presence of the ambassador of the Republic of India. Ladies and gentlemen, 2nd Infantry Battalion is commanded by Major Henry D. Joe Jr. Other members of the staff include Captain Alvin Tobabu, First Lieutenant Liva Kuhn, First Lieutenant Gray Momu, Second Lieutenant Melvin T. Willie, and Second Lieutenant Joseph P. Lincoln. Ladies and gentlemen, I have been notified that the ambassador of the Republic of Ghana is attending this parade. Welcome, Your Excellency. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm pleased to announce the Vice Prime Minister and Minister of Defense of the Republic of Ivory Coast. Ladies and gentlemen, I will like to recognize the presence of the doyen and all members of the diplomatic corps.
So we want to run you through some key successes of the Minister of National Defense and honor her leadership. She reviewed the GAC audit report and addressed several of its recommendations. Many of the audit findings were based on the absence of formal policy documents within the ministry. In response, she successfully developed and introduced 11 key policies, including but not limited to procurement policy, financial accountability policy, internal audit policy, ethics policy, risk management policy, welfare policy for personnel of the armed forces of Liberia. Through governance intervention, salary increments were approved for AFL personnel and significant progress was made in the renovation of military barracks nationwide. You have the one in Kakata, you have one in Sanikweli, you have one in Grenjide, these are the different military barracks that renovation works have completed and some are ongoing at those different military barracks. Infrastructure development, the following projects have been fully completed. We want to talk about the Sanikweli barracks. I was on that program when they officially opened that facility. You have the Camp Jones barrack in Kakata. You had the Zwedru base. Ongoing and planned renovation projects include the Coast Guard Hub in Maryland. You have the barracks in Bombing. You have the 72nd barracks, the ones that the illegal occupants were recently evicted to.
Ladies and gentlemen, for more than a century, the Lone Star represents the banner under which Liberians lived, fought, and died. The flag is more than a symbol. The flag is the embodiment of our government, people, ideals, and values. To uphold the flag, members of the armed forces of Liberia cling to the Army core values. As we celebrate this 69th Armed Forces Day, it is important to know who soldiers are. To be a soldier is to represent the best of our nation. It is to embody selfless service, to strive in the hardship and sacrifice of an elite warrior class, to maneuver towards the sound of guns and to ably shoulder heritage created by those who have gone before us.
Honor the team securing Liberia together, strengthening interagency cooperation against drugs trafficking and emerging security. So with more guest staffs and dignitaries coming in, we would like to...
Ladies and gentlemen, as we await His Excellency, Mr. President, permit me to acquaint you with activities of the second phase of this parade.
Sign an MOU with Morocco for an exchange program that supports
immediately His Excellency, Mr. President, arrives.
Deployment of Moroccan
The commander of troops for today's parade
Significant improvement
will bring
at the 14 military
the colors forward for honor to the nation. Following that, the Armed Forces of Liberia Band will render a selection, after which invocation will be conducted. Following the invocation, the commander of troops will request permission from the commander-in-chief to post the colors. Once the colors are posted, the commander of troops will then request permission from the commander-in-chief for the inspection of troops. Following the inspection of troops, other activities will take place. We will then listen to speeches, awards, and we will witness the receipt of a very important award, the Distinguished Service Award. We also see the Chief of Staff gave the Chief of Staff Commendation Award. Major General Paul Rogers from the Michigan National Guard will join the Chief of Staff to present his own award called Award of Excellence.
Vehicles, already making their way in. So there you have the vehicle that carries, those two vehicles are carrying the flag, and one of them goes to the president. That one we're going to show. One of the vehicles are the president. So the president, I believe, of His Excellency Joseph Human Boakai Sr., the president and commander-in-chief of the Armed Forces of Liberia. And as per the protocol, once the president enters, absolutely no one is allowed in this space. So once the president enters this venue, no one, absolutely no one is allowed to enter. So the president vehicle is already here. So any moment from now, the president will disembark his vehicle, and there you have the Minister of Defense. Ahead of her, you have the Chief of Staff of the Armed Forces of Liberia, Major General Davison Fire Foley, is right on the red carpet, on the edge of the red carpet. And you have the different troops. And there you will have, and there you have the air of the marching band. That tells you that the president is here. That sound, and there you have it. And the band goes there, signaling the arrival of the president and commander-in-chief of the armed forces of Liberia, His Excellency Joseph Yuma Boakai.
Distinguished
And
ladies and gentlemen, I am pleased now to announce the arrival of His Excellency Joseph Newman Boakai Sr., President of the Republic of Liberia and Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces of Liberia. The commander of troops will now march the colors forward to present to His Excellency Mr. President and Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces of Liberia for honor to the nation. Ladies and gentlemen, the commander of troops is now marching the colors to present to His Excellency Mr. President and Commander-in-Chief, Armed Forces of Liberia, for honor to the nation. The commander now moves to the president to inform him that the colors are present. Ladies and gentlemen, at the playing of the national anthem, all military and paramilitary personnel wearing uniform must salute, while civilians will place their right hand over the left side of their chest. Those civilians wearing hats, I please requested to remove your hat and place your right hand over the left side of your chest. The national anthem. Your Excellency, Mr. President, please be seated.
President, we take a seat as reserved for Imade's event.
Your Excellency, Mr. President, I respectfully request that you please remain standing. I respectfully request that you please remain standing for the invocation, which will be conducted by the Acting Chaplain General of the Armed Forces of Liberia, Staff Sergeant Bishop Jackson Payne, and Staff Sergeant Imam Isa Kamara.
Let us pray. Most gracious and everlasting God, the creator of all, we come before you today to lift up the men and women serving in our armed forces. We ask that you surround them with your favor, love, and shield. Strengthen them in the trials. Give them courage to face the path. Father, we say grant them thy presence in your grace. We pray, O God, that you, God, will be with us as we go through this time. Father, be the God over your people who are called by your name. Lord God, we thank you for those who travel from countries to be with us to celebrate on this day. We say, Lord, bless and keep us. Amen.
In the name of the Almighty God, the most gracious, the most merciful, oh Lord, we thank you for your divine blessings upon the armed forces of Liberia. Oh Lord, we pray for better coordination, collaboration among security agencies, that they may serve as a platform for fostering unity, peace, and tranquility in Liberia, Africa, and the world. In the name of the Almighty God, we pray.
Your Excellency, Mr. President, please be seated. The commander of troops will now post the colors. Ladies and gentlemen, the color party is now marching to post the colors. The colors are now posted. The commander of troops will now request permission from the Commander-in-Chief for the inspection of troops.
So the commander-in-chief will inspect the troop. So the commander of troop will now feature this process where the president and commander-in-chief of the armed forces of Liberia inspects
the commander of troops is now marching to request the commander-in-chief for the inspection of troops. The commander-in-chief will be accompanied by the Chief of Staff, Armed Forces of Liberia.
So the president will now inspect the troop. The commander-in-chief of the armed forces of Liberia will now inspect the troop. And there you have the commander-in-chief of the armed forces of Liberia will now inspect the troop. And there it gets on board, then ably guarded by the chief of staff and two high-ranking officers of the armed.
Ladies and gentlemen, please be seated
as the commander-in-chief
as the
troop.
commander-in-chief goes to inspect the troops. Ladies and gentlemen, this parade are the armed forces of Liberia. Liberian National Police, the Liberia Immigration Service, the Liberia Revenue Authority, Customs Department, Fire Service, the Liberia Drugs Enforcement, the Monrovia City Police, the Bureau of Corrections, the Liberia Seaport Police, the Forestry Development Authority, the Pinsville City Police, the Environmental Protection Agency, and the Liberia Scout Association.
Before the other green scout, so yo, you say loud.
The music for today's Armed Forces Day Parade is being provided by the Armed Forces of Liberia under the command of Second Lieutenant Philip K. Carper and directed by Sergeant Major Matthew Killen. The drum majorettes are Private Esther K. Boyo and Private Pemilia T. Bokwa. Ladies and gentlemen, please stand as is Excellency, Mr. President and Commander-in-Chief returns from the Ladies and gentlemen, please be seated. We now move to the introduction of our keynote speaker. And this will be done by the Assistant Minister for Coast Guard Affairs, Ministry of National Defense, Honorable Richie B. Kamara.
Vice President of the Republic of Liberia, Mr. Tini Otara, Vice Prime Minister and Minister of Defense of the Republic of Cote d'Ivoire, the Speaker and members of the Honorable House of Representatives, the President pro tempore and members of the Honorable Liberian Senate, the Chief Justice and Associate Justices of the Supreme Court, the Dean and members of the Cabinet, the Doyen and members of the Diplomatic Corps, our international partners and collaborating security institutions, Brigadier General Geraldine J. George, retired, Minister of National Defense, officials and staff of the Ministry of National Defense, Major General Davison F. Fuller, Chief of Staff of the Armed Forces of Liberia, members of the Armed Forces of Liberia High Command, distinguished service order recipients, eminent citizens, officers and non-commissioned officers, members of the press, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. Today's keynote speaker is one of the Armed Forces of Liberia distinguished mentors who served during the formation of the new Armed Forces of Liberia. Our keynote speaker was born on 18 December 1971 in the Olama Borough local government area of Kogi State, Nigeria. He was commissioned into the Nigerian Army on 10 September 1989 as a member of the 41 regular corps of the prestigious Nigerian Defense Academy. He rose through the ranks of the Armored Corps by merit, operational excellence, and distinguished service. As a consummate professional soldier and scholar, he has attended the full spectrum of tactical, operational, and strategic courses, including the National Defense Course, Senior Command and Staff Training in Nigeria and Ghana, and the Advanced Strategic Studies at the National Defense University in Washington, D.C. His academic qualifications include a bachelor degree in mechanical engineering, master degree in public administration, master degree in security and strategic studies, and multiple postgrad degrees and diplomas in strategic and security studies. The distinguished general has held critical command, instructional and staff appointments, ranging from platoon and battalion command to chief instructor of the Nigerian Army Armor School, general officer commanding 7th Division, theater commander Joint Task Force Northeast, operational Hidden Kai, among others. In these roles, he led complex counterinsurgency operations, oversaw the liberation of over 1,000 captives, facilitated the surrender of tens of thousands of insurgents, and contributed to the rescue of adopted Chibok schoolgirls, effort that significantly shaped Nigeria's internal security landscape. During the most critical milestone of the formation of the Armed Forces of Liberia, he served as military assistant to the command officer in charge of the Armed Forces of Liberia, a role that deepened the defense cooperation and led to the mentorship of 5 Armed Forces of Liberia retired and active generals who are currently serving as Minister of National Defense, Chief of Staff and Deputy Chief of Staff of the Armed Forces of Liberia, military advisor to the President, and Director of the National Security Agency. This role left a lasting professional imprint, underscored by his award of the Distinguished Service Order of Liberia. In recognition of his exceptional service, he has received numerous awards and honors, including the Forces Service Star, Meritorious Service Star, Distinguished Service Star, Grand Service Star, Distinguished Order of Liberia, Past Staff Course, Fellow Defense College Daga, Fellow National Defense University, USA, Command Medal, Fee Command Medal, Fee Command Medal of Honor, Nigerian Army Outstanding Operational Command Medal, Nigerian Army Purple Hearts, General Operational Medal, and Nigerian Army Medal. The distinguished gentleman is happily married, and the union is blessed with 2 children. Appointed Chief of Army Staff on 24 October 2025 by President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, the great general embodies strategic leadership, operational resolve, and a steadfast commitment to regional peace and security. Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, please stand along with me As a humble welcome to the podium, our distinguished keynote speaker, the General's General, the 25th Chief of Army Staff of the Nigerian Army, Lieutenant General Wadi Shaibu, Nigerian Army Medal.
Thank you very much, Moro. Your Excellency, Joseph Newman Boakai, Sr., President of the Republic of Liberia and Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces of Liberia. Your Excellency, the Vice President of the Republic of Liberia. Your Excellency, the former President, Republic of Liberia, Madam Johnson Sirleaf, the Honorable Speaker and distinguished members of the legislature, the Honorable Chief Justice and members of the judiciary, Honorable Tene Ouattara, Vice Prime Minister and Minister of Defense of the Republic of Côte d'Ivoire, the Honorable Minister of National Defense of the Republic of Liberia, the Chief of Staff Armed Forces of Liberia and the Military High Command, members of the Cabinet and heads of government agencies, Excellencies, members of the Diplomatic and Consular Corps, distinguished veterans of the Armed Forces of Liberia, officers, non-commissioned officers, and listed personnel of the Armed Forces of Liberia, distinguished guests, and members of the press, ladies and gentlemen. It is indeed an honor and a profound homecoming for me to be here today in this unique and resilient city of Monrovia, Liberia. This land has played a significant part in the journey of my service to the Federal Republic of Nigeria and the African continent. I feel a deep sense of nostalgia standing among comrades and friends with whom I share a profound connection. It is indeed a moment of joy to see the then young and vibrant officers who began to mentor in 2007 take charge of the defense and security sector of the Republic of Liberia. Though my duties have taken me to other realms, I have never truly left you. This is apparent as I have been in touch with a number of senior officers seated here today. I must say that it is certainly delightful to see the Armed Forces of Liberia serving as a force for good. On behalf of all officers and soldiers of the Nigerian Army, and indeed the entire Armed Forces of Nigeria, I bring you fraternal greetings and heartfelt congratulations. May I humbly congratulate the President and Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces of Nigeria for a successful 69th Armed Forces Day celebration. Thank you. I also extend my heartfelt gratitude to the organizers, the Ministry of National Defense, and Headquarters Armed Forces of Liberia for finding me worthy as the guest speaker for this auspicious event. It is important to recall that the 11th day of February stands as a solemn reminder of the sacrifices, the courage, and the unwavering commitment of generations of Liberian service personnel who have sworn an oath to defend the sovereignty and the territorial integrity of this great nation. As we celebrate the 69th anniversary, we honor the sacrifices of the past and look forward with hope to secure a secure and prosperous future. Monrovia and the entire Liberia holds a deep personal meaning to me. I served here as a military assistant to the commander in charge of the Armed Forces of Liberia between 2007 and 2012. Within this period, we commenced the foundation of what is now the new Armed Forces of Liberia. Despite some challenges, weakness, we persevered. As my boss, late Major General S.A. Abdurrahman fondly puts it then, we are building an aircraft in flight. I make bold to say that these aircraft have been significantly built. Today, the Armed Forces of Liberia is a highly motivated and structured force. I firmly believe that the leadership of the Armed Forces of Liberia are now resting on their oars in their contributions to nation building as a continuously, painstakingly, and tireless endeavor. Given the efforts of the diverse stakeholders to restructure the force, I therefore acknowledge the invaluable contributions of the governments of the United States, the United Kingdom, Sierra Leone, Ghana, the Republic of Benin, and my own dear country, Nigeria, whose sustained commitment has been instrumental to Liberia's recovery, rehabilitation, reconciliation, and long-term stability. Through their collective support to peace enforcement and peace-building initiative, these partners have significantly contributed to the restoration of Liberia's socio-economic and political development. The Armed Forces of Liberia stands as a shining example of what international collaboration and regional cooperation stands to achieve. The relationship between the Federal Republic of Nigeria and the Republic of Liberia is one forged in shared history of mutual sacrifice. Our military ties in particular are deep-rooted. Nigeria's commitment to Liberia's peace and stability during the Economic Community of West African Monetary Group years remain a cornerstone of our foreign policy and a shining example of African brotherhood. We stood together during the most challenging times, and today we stand together in celebration and collaboration. The transformation of the Armed Forces of Liberia into a force for good is a journey that Nigeria has been proud to support through training, mentorship, strategic partnership, and recently in advisory capacity. The bond is unbreakable, and our presence here today reaffirms our commitment to the security of the West African sub-region. This year's theme, Securing Liberia Together, Strengthening Interagency Cooperation Against Drug Trafficking and Emerging Security Threats, is both timely and critical. In the contemporary security environment, no single agency, no matter how well equipped, can counter security threats alone. Contemporary security threats are symmetrical, transnational, increasingly complex, and largely executed by non-state actors who exploit governance gaps and socio-economic vulnerabilities. In particular, drug trafficking has evolved beyond a law enforcement concern to become a significant national and regional security threat. The proliferation of illicit substances, particularly the devastating impact of synthetic drugs, pose a grave danger to our youths, undermine social cohesion, weaken economies, and in the same context, fuel organized crime and violent extremism. Addressing these challenges required robust interagency cooperation, shared intelligence, effective coordination, and strong legal frameworks capable of dismounting trafficking networks at all levels. Beyond the narcotic challenge, emerging threats continue to reshape global and African security landscape. In Africa, for instance, there is an alarming growth in cyber crimes, while non-state actors influence intrastate conflicts. The potential targets are critical infrastructure, financial systems, and military potency, among others. Furthermore, maritime security remains a concern as the Gulf of Guinea continues to face challenges ranging from piracy and unregulated fishing. As a littoral state, Liberia is not insulated from these threats. Securing Liberia, therefore, demands forward-looking strategies, technological innovations, regional cooperations, and timely intelligence sharing to stay ahead of evolving threats. In Nigeria, we have learned that the whole of government and whole of society approach is the most efficient approach to achieving lasting peace. Our joint task force involves the Army, the Navy, the Air Force, the police, and paramilitary agencies working under a joint task force. This synergy has significantly addressed duplication of efforts while maximizing our collective efforts. Accordingly, I urge the leadership of the Armed Forces of Liberia and all security stakeholders in Liberia to continuously foster a culture of cooperation. To the gallant officers and soldiers of the Armed Forces of Liberia, you are indeed the guardians of peace. Your professionalism, discipline, and loyalty are the bedrocks of Liberia's democracy. As you celebrate today, remember that the citizens are looking up to you for protection and inspiration. Remain the force for good that you are known to be. Wear your uniforms with pride and also with humility that comes from serving a cause greater than oneself. At this juncture, let me reiterate that Nigeria, under the able leadership of President Ahmed Bola Tinubu, Grand Commander of the Federal Republic, remains a steadfast partner to Liberia. We will continue to support your efforts in capacity building, regional security initiative, and the pursuit of a drug-free as well as a secure environment for all. Once again, I congratulate the Commander-in-Chief and the leadership of the Armed Forces of Liberia and the good people of Liberia on this 69th Armed Forces Day. May the Armed Forces of Liberia continue to grow in strength, professionalism, and honor in service of national stability and regional peace. Long live the Republic of Liberia. Long live the Federal Republic of Nigeria. Long live the bond of friendship between our two nations.
Next is the presentation of Chief of Staff Commendation Award. The Chief of Staff, Armed Forces of Liberia, will be joined by Major General Paul Rogers, Adjutant General of the Michigan National Guard, who will also present the Michigan Adjutant General's Award of Excellence. At this time, Major Milton Guyan will read the citation for the award.
Thank you. Inaugural Chief of Staff Commendation Award. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, in line with the Chief of Staff intent to promote excellence, professionalism, and merit within the Armed Forces of Liberia, a formal commendation framework has been instituted to recognize officers and soldiers whose service reflects the highest standards of the profession. It is my honor to announce the inaugural Chief of Staff Commendation Award. This award recognizes carefully selected personnel whose performance, discipline, leadership, and devotion to duty
have been exemplary and whose conduct conflict reflect the core values of the Armed Forces of Liberia. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, the recipients of this award were identified through command channels and a transparent merit-based process with final approval granted by the Chief of Staff himself. Their sustained excellence, operational impact distinguished them amongst their peers. This commendation is hereby institutionalized as an annual Chief of Staff award, ensuring that outstanding service and professional distinction are consistently recognized across the Armed Forces of Liberia. May I now respectfully invite the Chief of Staff of the Armed Forces of Liberia, Major General Davidson Fuller, to please step forward to present the award. He is to be accompanied by Major General Paul Rogers of the Michigan National Guard. Also, the Command Sergeant Major, or the Forces Sergeant Major of the Armed Forces of Liberia, William F. Tabolo, and the Command Sergeant Major, William Rosa, from the Michigan National Guard. The recipients of today's award are Clerk Coley Abeta, a Major, a Commander of the Medical Command. Albert Dixon C., Lieutenant Commander, Acting Executive Officer from the Liberian Coast Guard. Hodges Abraham, First Lieutenant, the Commander Operation Restore Hope at the Sapo National Park, who is absent today. He is from the 23rd Infantry Brigade. Davis Victor D., Master Sergeant, Chief Trumpeter from the band unit. Kamara Morris G., Master Sergeant, Non-Commissioned Officer in Charge, Plans and Policy, SEAL at Headquarters, Armed Forces of Liberia. Tama Joseph, Staff Sergeant, Mason Section Head, Facility Platoon from the Logistic Command. Puyo Sayala, Staff Sergeant, Senior Combat Engineer Instructor from the 21st Engineering Battalion. Siako Jeremiah T., Staff Sergeant, Non-Commissioned Officer in Charge at the Rawa International Airport, the Military Police Detachment from the Military Police Company. Elisa Prince, Staff Sergeant, Non-Commissioned Officer in Charge of Admin Section at the 2nd Battalion Headquarters Company from the 23rd Infantry Brigade. Onan Emmanuel, Corporal, an administrative clerk from the Armed Forces Training Command. Siawe Lovekti, a private, a mess attendant from the Armed Forces Training Command. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, please join me in congratulating the recipients of the inaugural Chief of Staff Commendation Award, whose exemplary service, professionalism, and dedication continue to inspire excellence across the Armed Forces of Liberia. May I now transition to the Distinguished Service Order. Citation for Distinguished Service Order. Mr. Tianin Birahiman Ouattara is the Vice Prime Minister, Minister of Defense of the Republic of Cote d'Ivoire. Before ascending to this position, he served as Minister of State and Minister of Defense for the Republic of Cote d'Ivoire, beginning 6 April 2021, with responsibility to formulating and implementing national defense policy. In this role, he provides strategic leadership and oversight of the country's defense and security institutions, contributing to national stability and regional security cooperation. Before his current appointment, Mr. Ouattara held several senior positions within the presidency of the Republic. In May 2011, he was appointed Director of Administrative and Financial Affairs at the presidency. In February 2012, he was named Minister of Presidential Affairs, where he played an important role in the coordination of executive functions and state administration. He is a prominent political figure and a member of a political council of Rally of Harfoutists for Democracy and Peace. Before entering high-level public service, Mr. Ouattara distinguished himself in the financial and corporate sectors as a banker by profession. He began his career at Swasati General Bank in the Côte d'Ivoire in 1982. In 2000, he was appointed Director General of the Trading and Management Company. And in 2003, he became Chairman, Chief Executive Officer of the International Institute for Africa. Mr. Tianin B. Haman Ouattara holds honorary doctorate from the International University of Agadir. In recognition of his service to the nation and international cooperation, he has been awarded the rank of Grand Officer of the National Order of the Republic of Côte d'Ivoire and is a commander of the Legion of Honor of the French Republic. Now, therefore, in recognition of his distinguished service, outstanding leadership, and enduring contributions to national defense, public administration, and international cooperation, I, Joseph Boakai, Senior, President of the Republic of Liberia, Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces of Liberia, do hereby decorate and confer the Distinguished Service Order to Mr. Tenin Bira Haman Ouattara, Vice Prime Minister, Minister of Defense of the Republic of Côte d'Ivoire. Your leadership, integrity, and commitment to public service bring great credit upon yourself, your family, your country, and the armed forces of Liberia. Given this 11th day of February 2026. Yes, sir. Citation for Distinguished Service Order. Major General Paul D. Rogers, a distinguished officer of the Michigan National Guard, has rendered exceptionally meritorious service to the Republic of Liberia through exemplary leadership, strategic vision, and sustained commitment to international military cooperation during his tenure as Adjutant General of the Michigan National Guard since 2019. In this capacity, he commanded over 11,000 soldiers and airmen, providing decisive leadership that significantly strengthened defense relations between the United States of America and the Republic of Liberia. Major General Rogers championed an expanded state partnership program between the Michigan National Guard and the Armed Forces of Liberia, established in 2009. Under his leadership, the partnership grew in scope and impact, delivering over 100 training and professional exchanges in Liberia and Michigan. And these engagements were carefully aligned with Liberia's defense priorities and institutional development, directly enhancing operational readiness, leadership development, and force professionalization. His leadership produced enduring outcomes for the armed forces of Liberia, including Liberia's participation in Exercise Nothing Strike in 2021, improved pre-deployment readiness for peacekeeping operations, support to the 14th Military Hospital, and sustained development of the non-commissioned officer corps. The exchanges also strengthened capacity in legal services, chaplaincy, public affairs, intelligence, communications, maritime security, and human resources. Through steadfast dedication and partnership, Major General Rogers transformed the Mexican and Liberia relationship into a resilient and enduring bond that has significantly advanced the effectiveness and long-term sustainability of the armed forces of Liberia. Now, therefore, in recognition of his extraordinary service, enormous contributions, and untiring dedication to military excellence and international partnership, I, Boakai, President of the Republic of Liberia and Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces of Liberia, do hereby decorate and confer the Distinguished Service Order to Major General Paul D. Rogers. Your exemplary service to international military cooperation is a source of immeasurable pride and reflects distinct credit upon yourself, your family, your country, and the armed forces of Liberia, given this 11th day of February 2026. The next person to go is Brigadier General Mohammed Sanin Osman. Citation for Distinguished Service Order. Brigadier General Mohammed Sani Usman of the Armed Forces of the Federal Republic of Nigeria rendered exceptionally distinguished and meritorious service to the Republic of Liberia through exemplary leadership, strategic guidance, and unwavering dedication to the development and professionalization of the Armed Forces of Liberia. His tenure as Senior ECOWAS Military Advisor and Team Leader of the ECOWAS Advisory Training Team from the 1st October 2018 to the 4th September 2020 was marked by outstanding commitment to defense institution building and regional military cooperation. Brigadier General Mohammed Sanin Usman is highly accomplished senior officer of the Nigerian Army who extensive academic and professional training in international affairs and strategic studies. He has completed key professional military courses, including the Staff College, War College, the National Defense College, and has held important command, instructional, and staff appointments. Notably, he served as the commandant of the Joint Training Institution and directing staff at the Armed Forces Command and Staff College and the National Defense College of Nigeria. During his tour of duty in Liberia, Brigadier General Usman provided strategic advice to the Armed Forces of Liberia High Command, contributing significantly to the formulation and review of key defense personnel and governance frameworks. His guidance was instrumental in the development of critical regulations, including pension gratuity, court-martial, and gender policy, thereby strengthening institutional accountability and professional standards within the Armed Forces of Liberia. Brigadier General Mohammed Sanin Usman further distinguished himself by supervising comprehensive training evaluation across the Armed Forces of Liberia units and formations to assess operational readiness against contemporary threats. He led the planning and execution of the Joint Internal Security Exercise Watch Over 6. His professionalism, strategic insight, and devotion to duty significantly strengthened the effectiveness and institutional growth of the Armed Forces of Liberia. Now, therefore, in recognition of his extraordinary service, invaluable contributions, and unwavering commitment to the peace, security, and defense development of the Republic of Liberia, I, Joseph Boakai, the Senior, President of the Republic of Liberia, Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces of Liberia, do hereby decorate and confer the Distinguished Service Order to Brigadier General Mohammed Sanin Usman. Your service stands as a lasting testament to international military cooperation and reflects distinct credit upon yourself, your family, your country, and the armed forces of Liberia, given this 11th day of February 2026. The next senior and very senior officer to be called is Brigadier General Uwocho Nimbede Ejika. Citation for Distinguished Service Order. Brigadier General Uwocho Nimbede Ejika, a distinguished officer of the Nigerian Army, has run exceptional service marked by outstanding leadership, strategic foresight, and unwavering dedication to regional peace and security throughout his accomplished military career. Commissioned into the Nigerian Army in 2001, Brigadier General Ejika has held numerous command and staff appointments in and out of Nigeria. He has attended several prestigious military and civil courses, including Commanding Officer course, Senior Staff course, Army War College course, as well as Higher Defense Strategic Defense course at the Nigerian Defense College. He holds 3 postgraduate degrees in International Affairs and Strategic Studies, Risk and Disaster Management, and Strategic Studies. His operational experience includes participation in Operation Harmony, Operation Zama Lafia, and the United Nations African Union Mission in Darfur, UNIME, where he consistently demonstrated professionalism, sound judgment, and commitment to mission success. In recognition of his exemplary service, he has been awarded numerous decorations, including the Meritorious Service Star, General Operations Medal, and Past Staff Course Dakar. Of particular significance to the Republic of Liberia, Brigadier General Ejika served with distinction as Senior Advisor with the ECOWAS Advisory Training Team to the Armed Forces of Liberia from September 2020 to September 2022. During this period, he provided invaluable advisory support on staff and policy matters, led the formulation of key institutional policy, including Military Rating Manual, Draft Pension and Gratuity Act, and contributed to the new National Defense Act. He also successfully coordinated exercise Overwatch in November 2021 and made lasting contributions to manpower development, training, and recruitment support, thereby significantly enhancing the professionalism and institutional capacity of the Armed Forces of Liberia. Now, therefore, in recognition of his extraordinary service, exemplary leadership, and enduring contribution to the development and professionalism of the Armed Forces of Liberia, I, Joseph Nyeman Boakai, Senior, President of the Republic of Liberia and Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces of Liberia, do hereby decorate and confer the Distinguished Service Order to Brigadier General Uwocho Nimbede Ejika. Your exemplary service to international military cooperation and security sector development reflects great credit upon yourself, your family, the Nigerian Army, the Economic Community of West African States, and the Armed Forces of Liberia, given this 11th day of February 2026. The next officer to follow shortly is Colonel Eric Igbesi Kwesi Akafia. Citation for Distinguished Service Order. Colonel Eric Igbesi Kwesi Akafia, an outstanding officer of the Ghana Armed Forces with nearly 3 decades of military service, has rendered exceptionally and meritorious service to the Republic of Liberia through distinguished leadership, strategic adversary support, and unwavering commitment to regional peace and security. Commissioned into the Armed Corps in August 1998, Colonel Akafia has served for over 27 years, holding key operational, command, institutional, and strategic appointments across Africa and the Middle East. His career is marked by operational excellence, intellectual depth, and professional diplomacy at national, regional, and international levels. Of particular significance to Liberia, Colonel Akafia served with distinction as Deputy Senior ECOWAS Military Advisor to the Armed Forces of Liberia from 2019 to 2022, and earlier as a senior officer with the United Nations Mission in Liberia, UNMIL. In this role, he contributed decisively to the post-conflict rebuilding and professionalization of the Armed Forces of Liberia. His efforts included contribution to the development of the National Defense and Security Policy, review of key defense legislation and regulations, strengthening of interagency coordination, and the training and monitoring of Armed Forces of Liberia officers and commanders. Through his contributions to United Nations peacekeeping operations, support to Liberia transition from peacekeeping to national security self-reliance, senior command and staff appointments within the Ghana Armed Forces, and scholarly work of African security and civil military relations, Colonel Akafia has brought great credit upon himself, the Ghana Armed Forces, ECOWAS, and the Republic of Liberia. Now, therefore, in recognition of his distinguished service, exceptional leadership, and invaluable contributions to the peace, security, and institutional development of the Republic of Liberia, I, Jose Nyeman Boakai, Senior, President of the Republic of Liberia, and Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces of Liberia, do hereby decorate and confer the Distinguished Service Order to Colonel Eric Igbesi Kwesi Akafia. Your exemplary service stands as a lasting symbol of international military cooperation and steadfast dedication to Liberia's peace and security, reflecting distinct credit upon yourself, your family, your country, and the Armed Forces of Liberia, given this 11th day of February 2026. The next to follow is Lieutenant Colonel Yusufu Sanko. Citation for Distinguished Service Order. Lieutenant Colonel Yusufu Sanko, a distinguished officer of the Sierra Leonean Armed Forces, ASLAF, rendered exceptionally meritorious service to the Republic of Liberia through steadfast dedication, professional excellence, and unwavering commitment to peace, security sector reform, and post-conflict stabilization over a long and honorable military career. He was commissioned into the Republic of Sierra Leone Armed Forces on the 2nd July 2005 at the Armed Forces Training Center, Benguman, Freetown. Lieutenant Colonel Sako held a wide range of command, instructional, intelligence, and staff appointments. Over the course of his career, he has completed numerous military courses, locally and internationally. Some of the international courses are Operational Civil Military Cooperation Course, Humanitarian Peace Support School, Bakisa, Kenya. He has further enhanced his expertise in counterterrorism and intelligence by completing terrorism studies at the Navy Postgraduate School in Monterey, California, USA. Lieutenant Colonel Sanko was seconded to the Armed Forces of Liberia as a member of the ECOWAS Advisory Training Team during the critical post-conflict restructuring of the Liberia military. Serving as a mentor and advisor, he provided invaluable guidance on training, organization, doctrine, and institutional reform of the Armed Forces of Liberia. His efforts contributed directly to strengthening a professional and disciplined armed forces of Liberia. Lieutenant Colonel Yusufu Sanko has also served with the first batch of Sierra Leone Sector Reconnaissance Company to Unime, Sudan. His professionalism and dedication brought lasting credit to himself, the Sierra Leonean Armed Forces, and the Republic of Liberia. Now, therefore, in recognition of his distinguished service, enduring commitment, and invaluable contribution to the peace and security of the Republic of Liberia, I, Joseph Newman Boakai, Senior, President of the Republic of Liberia, and Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces of Liberia, do hereby decorate and confer the distinct service order to Lieutenant Colonel Yusuf Sanko. Your service stands as a lasting testament to international military cooperation and reflects distinct credit upon yourself, your family, your country, and the Armed Forces of Liberia, given this 11th day of February 2026. Now to Lieutenant Colonel Mohamed Abubakar. Citation for Distinguished Service Order. Lieutenant Colonel Mohamed Abubakar Siddiq, retired, a distinguished officer of the Ghana Armed Forces, rendered exceptionally meritorious service to the Republic of Liberia through steadfast dedication, professional excellence, and unwavering commitment to peace, security sector reform, and post-conflict civilization over a long and honorable military career. Enlisted into the Ghana Armed Forces in October 1981 and commissioned into the Ghana Artillery Corps in June 1983, Lieutenant Colonel Siddiq completed 37 years of faithful service. He held a wide range of command, instructional, intelligence, and staff appointment, culminating in service at the Department of Army Intelligence and Planning at the Army Headquarters. As directing staff and later chief instructor at the Army Combat Training School, he made significant contributions to the professional training of officers and soldiers of the Ghanaian Armed Forces. Lieutenant Colonel Siddiq was seconded to the Armed Forces of Liberia as a member of the ECOWAS Advisory Training Team from 2012 to 2015 during the critical post-conflict restructuring of the Liberian military. Serving as a mentor and advisor, he provided invaluable guidance on training, organization, doctrine, and institutional reform of the Armed Forces of Liberia. His efforts contributed directly to strengthening a professional, disciplined, and apolitical Armed Forces of Liberia. Lieutenant Colonel Siddiq also distinguished himself through multiple peace support missions in Liberia and the sub-region as a battery commander with ECOMOG during operations in Monrovia from 1990 to 1991, and later through a service with UNMIL. He ensured effective coordination with national security institutions and the protection of personnel and critical infrastructure. His professionalism and dedication brought lasting credit to himself, the Ghana Armed Forces, and the Republic of Liberia. Now, therefore, in recognition of his distinct service, enduring commitment, and invaluable contributions to the peace and security of the Republic of Liberia, I, Joseph Newman Boakai, Senior, President of the Republic of Liberia and Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces of Liberia, do hereby decorate and confer the Distinguished Service Order to Lieutenant Colonel Mohamed Abubakar Siddiq, retired. Your service stands as a lasting testament to international military cooperation and reflects distinct credit upon yourself, your family, your country, and the Armed Forces of Liberia, given this 11th day of February 2026. Next to follow is Mr. David K. Vington. Citation for Distinguished Service Order. Mr. David K. Vington, a distinguished Ladies and gentlemen, the fact that the honoree is absent, we have come to the end of the citation for Distinguished Service Order. Thank you very much. I'm Major Bunyan Milton Bunyan, the Executive Officer of the 1st Armored Recce Battalion.
I now respectfully invite the Honorable Minister of National Defense, Brigadier General Geraldine George, retired, to mount the podium to make a statement.
Your Excellency, the President of the Republic of Liberia and Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces of Liberia, Mr. Vice President, the Honorable Speaker and members of the National Legislature, the Honorable Chief Justice and Associate Justices of the Supreme Court, to you and the members of the Cabinet, His Excellency Honorable Teni Birahman Ouattara, Vice Prime Minister, Minister of National Defense, Republic of Cote d'Ivoire, Madam Ellen Johnson Sirleaf, former President, Republic of Liberia, our keynote speaker, Lieutenant General Wadi Shaibu, Chief of Staff of the Nigerian Armed Forces and his delegation, Commando L.K. Chapate, Chief of Navy Staff, Sierra Leone Armed Forces and his delegation, the Chief of Staff and the High Command of the Armed Forces of Liberia, member of the Diplomatic and Council Corps, Major General Paul Rogers, Adjutant General of the Michigan National Guard, General Thomas D. Wahuser and his delegation, member of Capstone, Head of Security Institutions and Distinguished Relations and Traditional Leaders, veterans of the Armed Forces of Liberia, officers, non-commissioned officers, enlisted personnel of the Armed Forces of Liberia, members of the Fourth Estate, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. As we assemble as a grateful nation to commemorate Liberia's 69th Armed Forces Day, a solemn and proud occasion dedicated to honoring the courage, sacrifice, and professionalism of the men and women who defend our sovereignty, uphold our Constitution, and safeguard the peace and stability of our republic. On behalf of the Ministry of National Defense and the Armed Forces of Liberia, I extend my profound appreciation to His Excellency Joseph Yima Brega, President of the Republic of Liberia and Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces of Liberia. Mr. President, your resolute leadership, strategic vision, and unwavering commitment to democratic surveillance oversight continue to guide the Armed Forces of Liberia as it grows into a disciplined, professional, and national respected institution. Today, we honor the memory of our fallen heroes, men and women whose ultimate sacrifice secured the survival of our continuity of our nation. The courage formed the moral foundation upon which today's armed forces proudly stands. We also recognize our veterans who stand fast service through difficult chapters of our history, laid the groundwork for peace, reconciliation, and institutional renewal. Liberia remains eternally grateful. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, while our nation continues to enjoy relatively peace and stability, the region and global security landscape remains complex. Transnational crime, terrorism, illicit arms trafficking, cyber threats, and the spillover effect of regional instability demands vigilance, preparedness, and professionalism. In response, the Armed Forces of Liberia remain steadfast in its constitutional mandate to defend our territorial integrity, support sovereign authorities when lawful required, and contribute to regional and international peace and security. Over the past years, the Armed Forces of Liberia has strengthened operational readiness, upheld discipline and professionalism, expanded civil military cooperation, advanced institutional development, and supported democratic government and the rule of law. These achievements reaffirm that Liberia's soldiers remain apolitical, professional, and loyal to the Constitution. Distinguished guests, 2025 was a year of steady and measurable progress. The Ministry of National Defense prioritized troop welfare, institutional governance, accountability, and the completion of key security sector reform and civil military training. These efforts contributed to strong national performance rating under the government's performance management and compliance system. Through budgetary support, the ministry completed renovation works at Camp Grant, Camp Jones, and Camp Wisner, while works at the EBK, works at the Barclay Training Center nearing completion. Renovating all military barracks across the country will improve living conditions, morale, and operational readiness. Caring for our troops is essential to national security. The ministry continues to ensure timely payment of pensions and gratuity to retired personnel. Reaffirming our commitment to the welfare of those who have served. This sustained effort restores dignity and honor a long life dedicated service. Your Excellency, distinguished guests, over the period in review, the Armed Forces of Liberia activated the 1st Armored Reconnaissance Battalion, a signal company, and the agriculture company, all of which have undertaken activities to establish operational readiness. Mr. President, the agriculture company have completed its first harvest of 125 bags of rice. An important step forward for food security and military self-sufficiency. The Liberian Coast Guard has extended maritime patrols up to 200 nautical miles offshore through collaboration with MV Shepherd, enhancing maritime security and protecting natural resources. The 14th Military has expanded its service delivery through digital systems, new equipment, and enhanced specialized care. The establishment of a health information management system has strengthened accountability and improved healthcare outcomes. Collectively, these achievements reflect tangible progress towards national defense objectives under your leadership, sir. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, during the period under review, The Ministry of National Defense achieved a major institutional milestone with the launch of the Ministry's Strategic Plan 2026 to 2030 on January 16, 2026. The plan provides a clear roadmap for defense modernization, professional military education, strengthened surveillance oversight, sustained logistics, and enhanced civil-military relations. Your Excellency, distinguished guests, it is important to also note that in collaboration with UN Women, the Ministry of National Defense and the Armed Forces of Liberia have secured and launched the ELSA Initiative Fund project in the amount of $663,791 United States dollars and 81 cents, which have been approved and launched. These 2 years, the 2 years project will target support for national recruitment drive through gender-sensitive awareness and to increase the female percentage from 7% to 20%. Mr. President, I'm also pleased to report that ECOWAS through WAHU has approved $300,000 United States dollars to construct the first military mental health wellness center in our region. That will be located at the 14 Military Hospital. The Ministry of National Defense remains committed to sustained reform, focusing on modernization, troop welfare, leadership development, gender inclusion, and accountability. These pillars are essential to maintaining a credible and professional armed forces. We remain deeply grateful to our national, regional, and international partners for their continuous support. Your contributions to training, mentoring, and capacity building continue to improve our defense sector. To the officers, men and women of the Armed Forces of Liberia, remain loyal to the Constitution, obedience to lawful surveillance authority, respect for human rights, and committed to the highest standard of discipline and professionalism. You are guardians of our sovereignty and ambassadors of our nation's unity. Today is our Armed Forces Day, a moment for all Liberians to express gratitude, admiration, and unwavering support for all the men and women who have answered the noble call to service across our land, along our coastal, and beyond our borders. AFL personnel stand watch defending our sovereignty, protecting our communities, and contributing to regional and global peace. Equally deserving of our gratitude are our military families, whose sacrifice often go unseen. Your strength sustains our armed forces and strengthens our nation. We say thank you to the military family. So every soldier, sailor, and airman proudly serving the Republic of Liberia, thank you for your service. Thank you for your sacrifices. The nation is proud of you, and we remain forever grateful. As we commemorate this 69th Armed Forces Day, let us renew our collective commitment to unity, patriotism, and peace. Let us honor our past, strengthen our present, and secure our future. God bless the Armed Forces of Liberia. God bless the Republic of Liberia. Thank you.
The Honorable Mr. Vice President, Mr. Speaker, honorable members of the House of Representatives, Mr. Vice Premier of La Côte d'Ivoire, and delegation, Your Excellency Mrs. Helen Johnson Sirleaf, former President of the Republic of Liberia, Madam President Pro Tempore, and members of the Honorable House of Senate, Mr. Acting Dean, and members of the President's Cabinet, Mr. Doyen, and members of the Diplomatic Corps, heads and representatives of international organizations, Mr. Guest Speaker, and members of your delegation, heads of state-owned enterprises, Mr. Chief of Staff, officers, and personnel of the Armed Forces of Liberia, special guests, retired General Waldhausen, representing the United States Marine Corps, distinguished honorees, heads, officers, and personnel of paramilitary institutions, prelates, and members of the clergy, all other invited guests, our audience in radio and television land, members of the electronic and print media, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. On the 69th anniversary, on the occasion of the 69th anniversary of the Armed Forces of the Republic of Liberia, I have the honor at this time to present to you His Excellency Joseph Numa Boakai, Sr., President of the Republic of Liberia and Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces of the Republic. Mr. President.
Good morning, please have your seats. The Honorable Guest Speaker, distinguished members of the Legislature, esteemed members of the Judiciary, senior officers, members and women of the Armed Forces of Liberia, representatives of the Joint Security and other security apparatus, our international partners, fellow Liberians. On the solemn occasion of commemoration of this year's Armed Forces Day, we gather once again as one nation to pay tribute and to celebrate the gallantry This day is a reminder of sacrifices made and courage displayed and the unwavering commitment shown by our soldiers and our people. We want to thank all of those who have been honored. It's our way of saying thank you for all you've done to bring our country to where it is. It is also a day of reflection to honor the legacy of those who came before us and to renew our pledge to strengthen the armed forces. Our armed forces remain a pillar of stability, national honor. I usually say I avoid being distinguished guests. The armed forces of Liberia have endured trials and emerged as a disciplined, professional institution. Yet, we must prepare for the future. In this regard, our government has taken action to address the challenges of high attrition rates and the natural aging of elements of our force. My government has taken several measures to promote the dignity and integrity of our men and women in arms. Beginning 2026, this year, the annual recruitment of 600 personnel into the Army, into the Armed Forces of Liberia, will commence and will run up to 2029. This recruitment drive is not just about numbers. It is about fashioning a force that reflects the diversity, resilience, and the aspiration of the Liberian people. This is a deliberate strategy to ensure that the AFL remains youthful, dynamic, and capable of responding to both traditional and emerging security threats. We recognize that the strength of our military lies not only in its training and equipment, but also in the physical and mental welfare of our personnel. In this addition to the recently renovated barracks in Malgibi and Nimba counties, my government will prioritize the renovation and restoration of the barracks in Bomi and Maryland counties. We must decongest the living quarters of our soldiers. The renovation is not intended to target anyone, but to offer decent housing to our soldiers and keep them fit and ready. This must be seen as a collective national duty. In this regard, the Ministry of National Defense will work with the Minister of State, Public Works, and other government line institutions to conduct an assessment on these facilities to begin renovation and all construction work. These projects are more than infrastructure. They are investment in dignity, guaranteeing that our soldiers and their families live in safe, decent, and supportive environment. A soldier who is dignified at home would defend our nation abroad. Military service often comes with invisible wounds. Trauma, stress, psychological challenges affect not only the individual soldier, but also their families and commitments. It is in this view that we extend our deepest appreciation to ECOWAS for its initial contribution towards constructing and operationalizing a mental health facility at the 14th Military Hospital. This facility represents a new frontier in our commitment to the well-being of our troops. My government pledges to ensure that the facility is completed and fully operationalized, serving not only the AFL, but also a wider Liberian population. By addressing mental health, we have affirmed that resilience is not physical, but also psychological. A strong military is one that is prepared in mind as much as in body. Fellow Liberians, the future of the armed forces must be inclusive. We are proud to acknowledge and appreciate the support of SCS Foundation, which has committed funds to solely for the purpose of increasing female parity within the AFL. This should not be mistaken for being merely symbolic. It is transformative. Women bring unique perspective, skills, and strength to the military. Their presence enriches the institution and ensures that the AFL reflect the full potential of our nation. We will continue to create pathways for women to serve, lead, and excel in every aspect of the military life. May I remind you, and proudly to announce, that my defense minister is female in this position. Liberia's security is inseparable from the security of West Africa. We extend heartfelt appreciation to you, Honorable Keynote Speaker, Major General Wadi Shaibu, Chief of Army Staff of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, and your delegation. It is firmly in the history that Nigeria has stood with Liberia both in times of triumph, offering solidarity, expertise, and friendship. Your support reinforces the teaching that peace is one nation strengthening peace in the region. Together, we stand as partners against the challenges of instability, terrorism, and transnational threats. Liberia remains committed to regional cooperation, knowing that our collective strength is greater than the sum of our individual efforts. To the capstone program of the National Defense University of the United States in America, General Thomas D. Wasser and delegation, Liberia remains ever grateful for your participation in the 69 Armed Forces Day celebration. Your attendance is not only a testament of long-standing traditional diplomatic relations that our both countries enjoy, but it also represents the United States' commitment to safeguarding the peace and security in Liberia and West African region. Fellow Liberians, invited guests, as we celebrate Armed Forces Day, let us remember that the men and women in uniform are not only defenders of our border, but they are defenders of our future. They are defenders of our sovereignty. They embody discipline, sacrifice, and patriotism. To our soldiers, officers, and all members of the security institutions, Liberia salutes you. Your courage inspires us. Your sacrifice strengthens us, and your service unites us. Let us, as a nation, continue to support the armed forces of Liberia with resources, respect, and recognition they deserve, for in their strength lies our peace. God bless our nation, protect our men and women in arms, and save our state. Thank you.
Please be seated. The commander of troops will now request permission from the commander-in-chief to conduct the pass in review. Ladies and gentlemen, the commander of troops is now marching to request permission from His Excellency, Mr. President, who is being proxied by the Chief of Staff, Armed Forces of Liberia. Permission granted. Ladies and gentlemen, once more, to be a soldier is to represent the best of our nation. It is to embody selfless service, to strive in the hardship and sacrifice of an elite warrior class, to maneuver toward the sound of guns, and to ably shoulder heritage created by those who have gone before us. The commander of troops is now preparing his troops for the pass in review. The commander of troops for today's Armed Forces Day parade is Lieutenant Colonel Stephen Timothy Poe, Commander, 1st Infantry Battalion, 23rd Infantry Brigade. He holds a Master of Science degree in Defense and International Politics from the Ghana Institute of Management and Public Administration. Other members of the Commander of Troops staff include Captain Eloshus T. Quay, the Adjutant, Captain. Ladies and gentlemen, please stand as the President moves to the viewing stand for the pass in review. Ladies and gentlemen, there comes the Commander of Troops. He now renders a hand salute to the Commander-in-Chief Please be seated. Please be seated. Ladies and gentlemen, there comes the Armed Forces of Liberia Band. Colorfully dressed. A salute is rendered to His Excellency, Mr. President. Commanding 2nd Infantry Battalion is Major Henry Joe Jr. Commanding Alpha Company is First Lieutenant Jeff G. Bowen. The flag bearer is Sergeant Numba Sima, and the first sergeant is Staff Sergeant Jefferson Barclay. Commanding Bravo Company is First Lieutenant Josiah K. Innes Jr. The flag bearer is Sergeant Boakai M. Masakwe, and the first sergeant is Staff Sergeant Archibald Benedict. Commanding the first sergeant is P01 John C. Cooper, and the flag bearer is P03 Nice William. Commanding the Logistics Company is First Lieutenant Jeremiah Wallace. Flag bearer is Corporal Vani. Commanding the Medical Command is Lusu Sano. The first sergeant is Staff Sergeant Emmanuel Livingstone, and the flag bearer is Private Mutima Mulba. Ladies and gentlemen, please stand for the passing of the colors. Forces Training Command is First Lieutenant Emmanuel Waza Mulba. Please be seated. Commanding the paramilitary staff is Chief Inspector of Police Princess D. Bavo. Commanding the Liberia National Police is Superintendent Danieline S. Pade. The flag bearer is Patrolman Rebecca Kofa, and the first sergeant is Patrolman Liliana T. Ria. Commanding the Liberia Immigration Service is Chief Inspector Patrick W. Doe. The flag bearer is Inspector Abigail. The sergeant is Inspector Kelvin Towie. Commanding the Liberia Revenue Authority Customs Department is Officer Sam S. Cooper. The flag bearer is Officer Aaron J. Johnson, and the First Sergeant is Officer Charles J. Zuba. Commanding the Liberia National Fire Service is Major Emmanuel Parker. The flag bearer is Captain Jerry Diege. Commanding the Liberia Drugs Enforcement Agency is Agent George S. Tier. Thomas, and the flag bearer is Darmalane Harris. Commanding the Monrovia City Police is Lieutenant Diana K. Pay. The flag bearer is Sergeant Patience Doma, and the First Sergeant is Sergeant Gladys M. Wisse. Commanding the Bureau of Corrections is Sergeant Momo J. Ray. The flag bearer is Inspector Minnie W. Toe, and the First Sergeant Liberia's Seaport Police is Patrolman Eastman Crowd II. The flag bearer is Patrolman William T. Kakula, and the First Sergeant is Patrolman Grace B. Jar. Commanding the Peaceville City Police is Sergeant Nathan T. And the Sergeant Major is Officer Ferris Popa. Commanding the Environmental Protection Agency is Inspector Arabiaman Brown. Commanding the Forestry Development Authority flag bearer is Officer Sando T. Barclay. Ladies and gentlemen, the Liberia Scout Association is commanded by Scout Master Abraham Howard. The flag bearer is Alex Mulba, and the ladies and gentlemen, there comes the Bobcat. Those are our future military personnel. Ladies and gentlemen, this concludes and on behalf of His Excellency Joseph Yuma Boakai, President of the Republic of Liberia and Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces of Liberia, the Honorable Minister of National Defense, Brigadier General Geraldine George, retired Chief of Staff of the Armed Forces of Liberia, Major General Davison Fayafole, I thank you for gracing this occasion with your presence. Ladies and gentlemen, as you can see, His Excellency is going to take a look to inspect the first harvest of Liberia Agricultural Company. The first harvest from the Armed Forces of Liberia Agricultural Company. Several bags of rice. Ladies and gentlemen, please be seated. Please be seated. Please be seated. Through the directive of His Excellency, Mr. President, the Armed Forces of Liberia Agriculture, the mission of the company is to assist in food security. And the company has produced its first harvest. Ladies and gentlemen, His Excellency, Mr. President, is greeting his guests. Ladies and gentlemen, His Excellency, Mr. President, continues to greet invited guests as well as present informal officials of government. Ladies and gentlemen, please remain in your position as His Excellency, Mr. President, departs.
1, 2. And so, Monique, you know follow the different remarks, the different speeches delivered, talking about the keynote speaker, the president. And so you listen to the different remarks, that were delivered, most especially from the keynote speaker, the president, and the minister of national defense. What do you make of the different remarks?
The, everything said today was nothing short of inspiring and amazing. We got the chance to hear and listen to people in charge of our security telling us what they've done and what they will do and what they are doing right now in terms of security, in terms of provision. So yeah, all the speeches delivered today was amazing. They came in good faith and yeah.
You listen to the Lieutenant General of the Nigerian Army. He says that the issue of intelligence sharing, the Nigerian Army remains committed in that process and promise that the Nigerian Army will ensure that they provide some level of support to the Liberian military in terms of intelligence sharing. Talk about technical support, because he outlined some of the strength of the Nigerian military. So he said those are areas that will be able to assist Liberia in terms of providing the kind of support to the military. And also the Minister of National Defense should talk about the rice, talk about the AFL Agricultural Command, because the military is not just involved into ensuring our territorial integrity are protected, but involved into civil work, talk about construction, educational activities, and talking about they've added agriculture, because the nation now talking about the production of our nation's staple food, wherein when the necessary investment are provided. To talk about the LC project that's funded by UN Women, talking about over $600,000 to support women involved in the military. Talk about the provision of training, ensuring that they have the relevant skills so they go to serve on peacekeeping mission. And lastly, the commander-in-chief, the president, he concluded the entire talk about ensuring that there is additional 600 individual recruited into the military to enhance its proficiency, to increase the number. We have the different military barracks, talk about construction work to renovate the military barracks, and talk about the 72nd barrack and the different barracks across the country to ensure that the military is target of ensuring that it has proper manpower, it has the capability to ensure our country territorial integrity are protected. What do you know of the president's remarks?
The president remarks just cut across everything that was said today. The president remarks on emphasizes on all the plans, all the prospects from the guest speaker to the minister of defense to the president's speeches. All of these things are promising and they're very key to the development of the country. We could see that, like you said, they've added agriculture. Now we know that our military, they are not just defending us, they are also providing in the agricultural sector. We can see the renovation of barracks being done. We can see recruitment of women, like today the event, you saw women taking charge, you saw women leading parade. That's a very welcoming stand for our country when it comes to gender. Today was nothing sort of amazing. It was a promising platform for we as citizens. We are inspiring young people, especially young women, to join and be a part of everything great that is happening in the country right now.
And one of my major takeaways, the minister says they want to increase women percentage from 7 to 20%. That is huge. So the current military portfolio in terms of women participation is 7%. So she's saying that they want to increase it by 20%. You receive that message?
That was one of the most welcoming message I've had today. That was very inspiring. You know, it's one thing to be a woman, but it's another thing to be a woman in security. But then to top that, they are welcoming us in security. I think everyone out there should see this as an opportunity to serve your country, to be there for your country, not just don't just be a citizen. This is an opportunity for you to represent something, stand for something, do something for your country. So every woman out there that is inspired, that has the aspiration to join the security sector of the country, the platform is open. The president has shown that he is a president for the people and by the people. He doesn't see gender. He wants equality. So yeah, the information today, especially for that aspect, welcome it, and I urge everyone listening to take in, partake, and be a good citizen.
Yeah, definitely. And very lastly, the issue of the theme, a resonates across. That is an interagency collaboration in targeting drug trafficking and other crimes in Liberia. You want to involve the Liberia Drug Enforcement Agency, the Liberia National Police, the Liberia National Fire Service, all of the different security operators in the fight against drug trafficking in our country.
It's a popular statement in Liberia that they say rain doesn't fall on one person's roof. So, so the issue of drugs now being brought to the security sector and made the headline team this year, I think it is very important because we saw what happened in August. Women, men, children, families, ambassadors, everybody came together to tackle this predator within our society. Drug is affecting the society. So I think, I believe that it is still not a one-person job. Fighting against drug is an individual to individual thing. We as people need to be partakers. Like that's what that was one of the main lesson learned here today, that we cannot tackle drugs just as a security sector. We tackle drugs as a nation. We tackle drugs as individuals. You start from your homes, you start from your school, you start from your communities. With the help of the security, we can do better. And we heard some welcoming, some very important information as to how the government and the security sector are planning to tackle this. So we as citizens need to put our hands around them, be vigilant, be very helpful, be punctual. Yeah.
Yeah, definitely. And it really been a wonderful. And now we've been joined by Antonia Kula Bifofana, Presidential Press Secretary. Good afternoon, ma'am. Welcome.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon. Let me thank both of you for such an amazing job. And to all of the members of the team, to Princess Kosiva, to Savandi, to Richard, to Miss Marjorie, to Joshua, to you, to all of the team members. We want to thank all of you for such an amazing job, for informing the Liberian people on the activities of His Excellency the President. I think you all are doing an amazing job. And thanks to His Excellency, and the message was clear, it was resounding, and our people in the counties, across the world, in the diaspora have listened to the leader, and especially for someone who has seen where he took the army from. When he came immediately, there were some challenges as to the housing for the army. Okay, I think I need to take off my glasses. From the housing, from the army, the issues, the protestation of the army wives, to the challenges they expressed within the barracks of lack of electricity, the school they had in the army, they were paying tuition, the public school, and now to see where he's taking in a very short period of time, in 2 years, helping to renovate barracks across the country, providing them support with vehicles and other things, getting support from the African Union and other international institutions, and most importantly, appointing the first woman as the head of the Ministry of Defense. That is one for me, a proud woman, as a woman who has really been advocating for women's involvement into these spaces. And you know, the army, the military, the security sector is a male-dominant area. So to have a female who's been able to try her best, bringing the force together, even seeing the honoring program they had here today, the retirement of members who served the army for many, many years, all of these things really showcasing that Liberia herself can do well when it comes to supporting the security sector. So I just want to add that and thank all of you, even to our photographers, to our camera team, to all of you who've been doing the behind-the-scenes work. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I look forward to seeing what all of you can continue to do for this process. Thanks so much.
That was the voice of the Presidential Press Secretary, Madam Kula Fufana, and this is how we draw down the curtains of today's event. We just want to tell you thank you for sticking in, thank you for staying committed to the plans of the President for this country, and my colleague will end it.
Thank you so much. From the grounds of the Barclay Training Center in Monrovia, we'd like to say thanks so kindly for the 69th anniversary of the Armed Forces of Liberia. Thanks so kindly.